Huh? Ah. Haha. Oh, Nerdsoul. Alright. I'm going to... And Nerdsoul came here before the stream started and still could not get the first. Hello, Penguin. Alright, we're working on cast today again. And today, again, we are going to try and fix the same bug that I was trying to fix over the last however many days. How many days was it that I've been trying to fix it? I'm not sure. Hello, Veldak.
Hello, Veldak.
Okay, so the fixing of the substitution that I was trying to do is going to be tried again. Right? Nigel was too late. Yep, you were too late. But welcome. The stream is starting. Reached peak chat engagement. On the first minute of the stream, yeah. Actually, yesterday was a lot of chatting. Yeah. Okay, so I have the fix. I think I think I have the actual fix for the bug, and I'm also actually going to fix 2 bugs with this one. All right. So one of the bug is this one. This is the minimized example of the bug that we had, right? If I look at what the type is being inferred here, we have this. And this stops at 32 levels of recursion, because that's what we were limiting it to yesterday. I found the reason why this happened. Yeah, it is actually a very simple reason, but the fix is not that simple, I suppose. And the other bug is the one that I was talking about. Inference bug. The scope escapes, right? Remember this thing where this function f is inferred to be t into t, even although t doesn't even exist over here. So the t is the type variable which escapes the scope of its definition. So these two things are actually really connected to each other. Hello, Vivex Dev. Hi. They are really connected. So what are we actually trying to do here? Let's think about this again. I think it is actually very simple. Look at this. So I'm trying to figure out what is the type which is node, like with some variable, right? Where variable is just some unknown thing, right? You're thinking. Okay, let me explain this to you. If you understand it, then it means that it's going to be nice. Okay. Think maxing. All right. What's wrong with my language server? It's really slow. What is it doing? It's also thinking, I guess. Yeah, so what is this type, right? Node instantiated with variable, right? So node instantiated with variable is node data instantiated with variable, right? And you would think that's all that we need. We need to like instantiate this, and that's it, right? But we are trying to replace all the instances of the type t if they still exist here for some reason, there are reasons for them to exist. Substitution is all I need. Yeah, it's like we need to substitute, right? So remember how like we need to substitute something that we don't know what it is yet, right? So what's happening in this example is basically I'm trying to substitute node data instantiated with variable, and to substitute the t to be equal to the variable, right? That's what I'm trying to do. I think I need to remove my language server here. So I'm trying to have this, evaluate this, and then replace the t with variable, right? And originally we wanted to calculate node variable and replace the use, because that's the argument here, with variable, right? And then, because I'm trying to calculate what is node data var, right? Well, node data is now the type, which contains inside of itself, it contains node var, right? So we are going to try to do node var, and we're going to try and replace there u with variable again. So we're trying to do the same thing again. And that's literally the problem, I guess. So like when we try to instantiate, right, node var, we basically create a new variable which is like the result of the instantiation, right? It's node var like this, right? Which we create this variable. And then we say that this variable is going to be equal to this. No. Well, I mean, and this is like just the body, right? Which means node data var, right? Like this, yeah. With you, wait, what? No, hold on. See, so you have there's a cycle and do something special. Like, hold on. I had like some like very clear explanation here, and I struggled to explain it again. Like, you know, like we're trying to calculate node instantiated, right? So we're trying to substitute this. In order to substitute this, we need to first know what this is, right? In order to know what this is, we need to know what this is, which is what we originally tried to calculate. But then after we know what is this thing that we originally tried to calculate, we need to substitute it further. And so when we say like basically like some expression with the substitution, when we do this, we first introduce a new variable, right? And so I should have written it down, yeah. And so and so we basically have inferred. Wait. I literally cannot explain it. It is too difficult. I was thinking about it. If t is given ID 1234, then node 1234 is being inferred cache at special partially inferred variable, and then when it comes back to substitute node t, you can notice that known 1234 is known and don't go into cycle. Yes. But that's not it, right? So we have detected the cycle, yes. So let's just say, so we are trying to calculate what is node var, right? let's just say that this is going to, so we are assigning this so that when we next time see node var, we are going to use the existing variable, right? We cache it, just like you said, right? So let's call this thing node var, right? And now we actually try to calculate what this is. Hello, Infinite Coder. So now we try to calculate what this is. The definition of node var is this, but then we also need to replace replace all instances of u to be equal to variable, right? Because that potentially can happen, right? So this is what we are trying to calculate. Now, when we're trying to calculate this, now we need to calculate this first, right? So we're saying that this is equal to, once again, a new variable. We're caching it, right? So no data. No, we're trying to, this over here is var. And this over here is still var, right? So we're saying that this is equal to node data var, for example, right? A new variable. And then we are trying to actually calculate this. So what is this? So this is the type where field is of type node var, right? So now, since we have this cached, we can just replace this with the variable node var, right? Right. And so basically this means now that we know what this is, right? We know what this is. We can continue calculating this thing, right? Because now we need to substitute use with vars, right? But the thing is, yeah, yeah. We don't continue like this substitution here yet. Wait, do we? Yes, we do the substitution here. Yeah, we start the substitution, right? So far I have calculated this loop, but I did not do the substitution yet. So now we're trying to, over here, substitute u with vars. We can see, like, that there is no use here, but, like, that's not what my program thinks, right? So we try to substitute, and in order to substitute the node var, we need to know what it is, right? So we are now going to pause, right? We are trying to substitute this entire thing with u equal var, and while doing that, we need to substitute node var with u equal to var, right? But we don't know, like, this type yet. So now we can but we initialize the substitution result with a new variable, right? This over here is basically a new variable. We have node data var with substitution, with u be var1, you know, something like this. So, like, I create a new variable. This variable and this variable is different for now, right? We don't know that there is no substitution that's actually going to happen, you know. So we treat these two variables as different because there's potentially something to actually substitute, and before we know that there is nothing to substitute, we are treating them as separate things, right? Because type t and type integer are different. You get integer by substituting t with integer, right? So something like that. So we create a new variable, and now we are like now we have figured out that this is the result of this. And we also did not substitute this yet with t being equal to var, by the way. So, but we have like determined the type of node var, and it contains this thing inside. And so we create a new variable where this new variable is also like supposed to be substituted, right? So like in this variable we substitute that, and in that variable we substitute t, and then it's going to like go recursively and try to substitute like u here, and then try to substitute t, and like we go in circles like this. I don't know. It's a little weird to explain. I don't know how to explain it easier. So basically, I'm trying to substitute the temporary variable. Or like, I'm trying to substitute recursively, right? Yeah. Because the result of substitution is a new variable. So we treat it as a new thing, and we cannot detect the cycle because of that. Because we can only detect the cycles between the things that are this, like, between the same nodes, right? But we create literally a new node when we substitute. And so we go in the infinite creation of the nodes, and like that we try to substitute. That, I guess, makes sense a little bit, right? But let me maybe if I try to explain to you the fix that I have in mind, it will make a little more sense. So so what are we actually trying to do? Just want to spread some positivity. Fuck you for making a new programming language. Thank you. Hello, Zion. Welcome. This is why you formally define your type system, kids. I don't know. What will formally defining help with? What is there? I mean, what does it even mean to define formally? I don't know. Is defining the type system includes defining the algorithm that the type system uses. Like, I cannot define it before I can come up with the algorithm, right? So, like, how do you define something that you are trying to, like, implement? Or are you saying that definition, like, should come before implementation? I don't think that's true. I think that's not correct. I mean, sometimes it may be correct, but sometimes you just play around and you create the implementation, and then you maybe formalize the implementation. And I feel like that's actually easier. Maybe some theory on ADTs will help you. Yeah, no. I have the fix. I just don't know how to explain what is happening here. Maybe. So yeah, what am I actually trying to do? What am I trying to substitute? What does substitution even mean? Right? That's the question. And the answer is when we have a function, right? So this is this over here is a generic function. Oh my god, what did I do? How did I close this? We have a, so like, this is over here, a generic type, right? We have t as the argument, and we return whatever, right? So in this whatever, we can use t, right? But this t cannot be used outside, right? Basically. So t cannot escape the scope, right? So when we try to actually evaluate what is the function, what is the this function, like called with some specific argument, what we need to do is we're basically trying to replace the body here with t being equal to int32, kind of, right? That's literally it. We're just trying to substitute the body with this argument that I'm giving it. What does node data var not stop at that? I don't know. I don't know. I feel like let's forget about this explanation of what was happening. Why does node var not stop at this? Well, the thing is, it stops. It stops, but it means that like I have inferred this thing, and then I needed this thing to be inferred to do some more work to finish the substitution that was happening inside node data var. Right? So we figured out what that this thing contains node data var, right? And now because we have realized that, now we can actually try to perform the substitution because we know a little bit of the shape of the type, right? And then we substitute, we introduce new variables, and then we try to substitute them too. But yeah, basically over here, we're trying to substitute this body with this, right? And but this body is not fully inferred yet, and that is the problem, right? So some things here that we're trying to substitute can contain not inferred variables. So what do we do about that, right? What I'm doing right now is I'm literally waiting for that variable to be inferred and then finishing the substitution. And in the meantime, I'm saying that the result of substitution is a placeholder, which is a new variable, which currently results in infinite recursion. But what do we do about this? Let's say that we have over here some variable, which is unknown, right? Variable 1. This variable 1 can be potentially t, or it can be something else, right? But what can it be in general? What can this be? It can be anything that can be accessed from this position, which is everything that is visible from this scope, right? So from this scope, we see the variable t, and we, like, I guess if this is inside of a module, we will see the, like, the symbol foo, for example, and, like, everything else that is outside, right? But we don't know what it exactly is, but we know that this can be anything from the environment, from the current scope, right? And then, when we actually do the substitution, what can it be now after the substitution? Well, after the substitution, it can only be something that is available in this environment. And in this environment, we don't have, in this scope, we don't have t anymore. Right? So when I substitute, what's happening is that, like, we still don't know that the result of the substitution, but we still have this extra information that this unknown previously was defined in this scope, and now it is defined in this scope, right? And right now, this information is lost, so we, like, you know, we cannot use it. And how can we use this information? Well, if I'm trying to substitute... Well, let's first say this, that when I'm trying to substitute, basically what's happening is that I'm going from one scope to the other scope, right? I'm going from one scope to the other scope. had this idea. I go from this scope to this scope. What does it mean? Well, basically, substitution is this process where I should where we know which is the scope of the variable that we're trying to substitute and what is the scope of the result. We already know it, right? We already know it. I mean, we can just know for each variable in which scope it was defined. And when we're doing the substitution, this scope changes. And so when I'm going to try and do the substitution recursively, now it is like a new variable, yes, but it is going to be a new variable that is defined already in the target scope. And when like the scope that I'm trying to go from and the scope that I'm trying to go into is the same scope, then I don't need to do anything. So I don't need to create like I don't need to perform any substitution. Does that make any sense? I guess like the simple example, like in a language like Rust, you only have like top level types, right? So you have like type, you know, like foo, like t is like something, you know, like t. I mean, yeah, maybe we can just like look at this example actually. Right? Is that still true with macros? Yeah, I think it is still true with macros. Because it's about interpretation scope, not about compiler scopes. Kind of. But it is a little weird because we have interpreter running at compile time, right? So yeah, I know. It's a little weird. Like the main question is basically, let's, instead of like trying to perform the substitution, figure out is there anything to substitute, right? Is there anything to substitute? So I'm trying to calculate this thing and then substitute u with the variable. So does this, so basically the question is, does this thing contain u, right? Inside, like, does this value contain u? Because if it doesn't, then we just return the value as is without any work, right? But in order to understand if this contains u, we need to understand if like this contains u, right? In order to understand if this contains u, we need to see if this contains it, and this is the thing itself, right? But it's not exactly the thing itself, because it's the thing itself where we did perform the substitution of t to also like it's also like we're also performing some other substitution basically, right? Which is why it's not exactly the same thing, which is why we are going forever. But like we could just say that since this is like a generic type, right? We could just say that this cannot contain anything that needs to be replaced anyway, right? Like, is it even possible in a language like Rust to create a type where something still needs to be replaced after I have instantiated a generic inside here? I think that's like the fundamental difference between like these languages and my language. You know? Like when you have a type in Rust, and that type contains another type, generics are instantiated as the very last step in Rust. Is done in mirror? I mean, you mean it's done after mirror? Or is it done still in mirror? I would think that the mirror still contains the generics. And then when they lower it further into the LLVM ER, then that's when they are actually instantiate them. Then that's when the monomorphization happens, right? Instantiation is basically monomorphization. Right? But like, you know, we could just say that since this is a generic instantiation, we don't need to substitute anything there. That's like the easy hack. But I think that doesn't work for my language because I allow, unlike Rust, to create types in any scope, and I should be able to use anything that's available to their scope. You know, like when you say in Rust, for example, right? Let's do this. Play Rust lang org. Right? You can create types in any scope in Rust. Yeah, but not exactly as I want them to be created. Like you can create functions in any scope in Rust too, right? But let's say that you have a function foo that takes t, right, as an argument. Now, can I say that over here type x is equal to t? I cannot. That does not work like that. Cannot use generic parameter from outer item, and that is like the fundamental difference, which is why my system maybe is going to be a little bit more like more complex. You cannot do this. You can also not create a function like inner which takes argument of type t. You can also not do that in Rust because you cannot have nested generics in Rust. You cannot. So what you need to do in Rust is you need to like duplicate this thing. Right? Like sure, there is like the ways to go around it, but it's kind of a little bit annoying. I want it to work just like this, you know? Which is why when I instantiate a generic, it can still contain unresolved, like not unresolved. It still can contain type variables, right? So normally there is like either a concrete type, right, like an integer or whatever, where everything is known, or there is a type that contains variables, right? Like for example, over here, if we have the function foo, x is of type t, t is not like a concrete type, right? This is an abstract type at this point. Just finish your type inference before even think about instantiating generics, but that is what is needed to finish the inference. Inference works without generics. Do you have a two-stage template in it like C++? Assume all generic types are complete. What does that even mean? Well, I mean, I guess that's what I'm doing, but like, but like, when you are doing the instantiation, right? So you have type foo, which contains t inside, right? Like when you say somewhere foo I32, you actually need to replace these variables, right? with the concrete type. That's what needs to happen, right? That's the problem that is not working correctly right now, with recursive generics types specifically. I assume that a generic type is just like int or character or whatever, and then you have binders all over the place. You don't need to. Just say foo i32 is foo with binders. What does it even mean? Wait, if it does work, will cast be Rust 2.0? That's the idea, yeah. But what do you mean by a two-stage template in it in C++? In C++, the term matches the user description of two-stage template in it is a two-phase lookup. This is the standard defined process in which the compiler resolves names used within the template definition. It's a compile time mechanism, not a runtime initialization pattern. So at the first phase, we encounter the names. So like there is separate name resolution and then the instantiation. I mean, yeah, I guess I have something similar like this, but like it's a little different. Like parsing definition time, the first phase is, I guess, the compiling, because my generics are just functions, right? So I'm compiling them, I'm doing type inference inside of them, and everything. And then instantiation is basically like calling a function. So yeah. Is the language compiler interpreted? What language did you use to make it? And if it compiles, does it have its own LLVM backend? It's not compiled to native code yet. It's I only have the interpreter for now. The compiler is planned. I use OCaml. But I still have the process of compilation before I interpret. So I do type checking before interpretation. So like there is enough information to do the proper compilation, but I just don't do it yet, because I'm focusing on other things first. Basically, split the non-dependent names versus dependent names. That's what C++ is doing. It's like splitting the non-dependent names versus dependent names. Yeah. But where is it stored? Like on the I mean, I guess there is kind of like information that we can like. It's a little weird, right? Because like it's a little weird because of the async nature of my language too, of the async compilation. Like I like parsing is happening not like all at once, because before I can finish parsing and like doing the the analysis of the name even, I might like run some other code, you know, and like yeah, it's a little weird. Understand, I have been working on the JVM based interpreted language since the start of the year. Nice. Do you have a link? We can take a look at your language. What did you mean by you just say foo i32 is foo with binders? What does it even mean, Infinite Coder? You have binders all over the place. What does it mean, a binder? You just say that foo is foo with binders. Binder is a wrapper around object. Yeah, I think I cannot do that. I think I cannot do that because once again, I don't have like this notion of a generic type. I just haven't set. I have two separate things. I have types and I have generics, right? And generics is basically just a function which can contain like some other logic before it actually returns the type, just like in Zig's comp time. You know, so like it's a little weird because of that. When you instantiate generic by passing stuff into it and getting concrete types. If you have functions, you evaluate them to get the types. Yes, but like if like now we have this problem, right? That if since the function is like now if we treat them just like as functions, then with recursive types you have a infinite recursion, right? They are pure, but then it's not like there is this extra step that I need to do, which is substitution. I don't just evaluate the functions, right? So like, yeah, because they are pure, we are doing memoization. So when I try to evaluate the same function with the same argument, we are using an existing evaluation, right? But that existing evaluation might not have finished yet, which also like complicates things, right? So we like introduce a new variable before we actually like evaluate the function, and then we evaluate the function like asynchronously. Once it's actually finished evaluation, I assign like I unify the like the temporary variable and the actual result, right? That's how I'm doing it. Just don't pass concrete types into generics. How do you write an option int 32, for example, then? Pass virtual types. It doesn't matter if it's virtual or concrete to me, even. I got example programs in example folder in the repo I shared. If you want to take a look over here. Let's see. VGLang. All right, the README is better than my README. A new programming language made by developers, for developers. I unlock the joy of coding with a language that prioritizes simplicity, efficiency, and developer experience. All right. VG language, made of the two words, visual and graphics. Visual graphical language. This language made for educational purposes. So it's not for developers then, because it's made for educational purposes, right? Isn't that different? To teach new programmers how to code by making both console applications and CRUD GUIs. VG features a clean, readable syntax with support for variables, functions, control structures, object-oriented programming, class and method structs, enums, error handling, and try-catch blocks, and comprehensive GUI. Getting started. There's examples in the examples folder, which I don't see. Projects folder. Looks familiar. Did you look at that before? Pyramid. A simple console program that prints a pyramid of a given integer. Size is 5. Outer loop and inner loop. Okay, looks just like any like is this dynamically typed? I guess it's also dynamically typed, right? You remind me that I need to think about modding system unit for Orco. By the way, Gleam also uses positional plus labeled field records in its ADTs and function parameters. Oh, nice. Do they have optional fields? And fields with default, optionals and like fields with default values, I guess, which is like going to give you a function with default value. of the argument. You have a Tetris DUI. Yeah, I saw the Tetris here. Some audio files. Packages. Regexlib. GUI library. I mean, nice, yeah, I guess. I mean, seems like an okay language. I don't really like see how it would be like any different than, I don't know, Python, JavaScript, whatever. The differences are like usually just in the syntax. Kind of. But yeah, it's nice. Gleam labeled tuples. Let's keep looking at things instead of fixing my thing. No default params. Some tuple dot 0 gets the first element, dot 1 gets the second element. Yeah, that's how I want it to be too. And they start them with hashtags. That's like to differentiate that from just the like grouping. So like that's how you have a tuple of a single element different from just the element itself, right? Sure. I don't see anything about the named fields here. Yes, keep procrastinating. Thing is, they're not first class, like I said, only in ADTs and function parameters. Oh, I see, okay. Alright, anyway, let's go back. So I have this idea where basically I store the scope in which the variable is defined, even if, so we have some information about the variable, even if it is not inferred yet. And that is going to help me do things, right? That's going to fix the scope escaping, and it's going to fix my mutual recursion too, because now I know how to actually break the loop. Because as far as I understand, when I'm doing the substitution, I am like basically changing the scope, and I'm always going like up towards like the root. So going up towards the root is not an infinite process. I can only make so many steps before I reach the root, basically, right? Which means that it's not going to be infinite anymore. Guaranteed is like the brief explanation of what I'm trying to do, right? So when I see over here this node t, right, this, before we actually evaluate what this is, we already can know that this is the thing that is defined in this scope, and in this scope we have like t available to us, and we have everything else that is available from to us from the parent scopes, right? And then if I try to, let's actually look at this inference bug instead, right? So how is this going to be fixed? I'm going to say that the type of f here, right, because the f is defined here, it can be like the type of this should be like available in this place, right? Which in this place we have access to t, but also because I'm defining the f actually over here, it also should be available in this place. And the only common scope to this scope and that scope is like the original scope, which does not contain the t, which is going to lead to the error that t escapes the scopes or whatever. That's how we fix the scope escapes. And when we do the substitution, we basically don't perform any action if we are already in the scope in which we are supposed to be, something like that. I don't know if that makes any sense to you. I don't know. when we rewrite the language in itself, I think we will need to actually make sure that somebody else understands the things and not only me. And we like actually try to like formalize this stuff, like someone said in chat, right? Or whatever. But yeah. But the idea is very simple. We just have a new piece of information attached to my inference variables, which is the scope in which the variable is defined. And then so now what is happening when I'm trying to unify the two variables? So since the variable now is defined in two places, it should be definable in both places. Now it means that in order for something to be able to be defined in both places, it should also be like the only possibility is if it is definable in their lowest common ancestor, basically, right, of the two scopes. So that's how we unify that thing. Yeah, something like that. Fast orc backend front end when? I don't know, not very soon. I don't plan to use any backend in any foreseeable future. Is Orco the backend that is like free REPL? What do you mean free REPL? I already have a REPL. It's already free. If I add the backend, then that's just adding cost, so it's not free anymore. Free C interop, but I don't care about C interop as much as I care about JavaScript interop for now, because like I said, I think it's like, yeah, you already have free JavaScript interop, all right. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think I will like just try to generate JavaScript directly, probably. Yeah, also, like, isn't Oracle just for Rust and we're writing OCaml? Or do you have, like, the C API? Because I'm writing OCaml, I cannot use the Rust library here, right? And if it's the C API, that's just pain. So can you just make the OCaml API then? Then maybe, but I don't know. Okay, so we have variables, inference base. And inference variables have the state, and the state has data, and data now has the if you make a cast backend, then Orco will be able to transpile Rust to cast. Yeah. Nice. I guess. Let's think about that after the language is actually working, though. Okay. So I need to store the scope here. The scope. The scope. Yeah. What do we call it? Just the scope? Like, I guess the scope. It's also, I think, going to be optional. And what is the scope? That's the question, because this is defined in a different library, and like now I actually need to move my inference to another place. Oh my god. Because like over here I want to keep the interpreter scope is the thing, but the interpreter scope is not defined here yet. It is defined in the library that depends on this library. So So I just moved the definition of what a variable, of what a type variable is. To this thing, which already contains every type. I guess. Inference. These are the only types that I care about, right? So we have a type variable state and variable data, and this over here is going to be interpreter scope, I guess. Let's call all of that inference variable. Okay, and then I need to duplicate it because of a camel. How to even find... There we go. And now I need to... Okay, that cannot be derived. Also, so I'm using the deriver here, right? I'm using the preprocessor, and OCaml, when you use the deriving directive on the recursive set of types, it basically can only derive this thing for all the types at once. I cannot only derive them like selectively, right? Another annoying part. So like I don't really need this to be inferred for this. But there is no way, like I think there is like no way to even annotate the stuff, maybe. I'm not sure exactly what's the problem here. But I don't want that to be like, yeah, and like because of that I have this error, and now I need to like say ignore or something. And there is no way to ignore this thing when implementing the comparison. Instead, we say that the comparison function for this field is that. So like they're always equal, and like equal is also like this, right? And the same thing goes about this field. This is so annoying. Yeah, and equal should return true. Compare should return integer. Like this. And this should be like IDT, okay. Like, the problem with this, like, I'm making these, like, deriver happy, but now I have the actual function, which is compare inference var data, and if I, for some reason, think that that function actually that actually is usable, which it is not, I will try to use it and I will like see some bug. I don't know, it's just so annoying. Anyway, yeah, so now we have the scope. We have the scope associated with each variable. Yes. And now I need to, I guess like I literally just moved the inference. I need this library to not exist anymore. This also is like weird. A little bit. Like I basically go back to this like monocrate thing where we have the thing called types and it can do everything. But yeah, this is where we define the types, this is where we define the prints, this is where we define the inference, I guess. Okay, sure. Sure, let's try to move all of that. Here. Inference. There's also the inference error. Right? Inference impl. I'm just going to say module error is struct that. Mm-hmm. And then this is the generic things. But now this was used in order to derive the equality, and I cannot do that anymore. This is impossible. So I don't have the dependency on cast inference Bates anymore, right? Module inference is an alias. In file none. Beautiful. I love OCaml. In this case, I'm just going to... Yeah, I need like this to be there. Like OCaml literally makes it only possible to write code if I put everything in one file right now. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Like, because my equality is having a custom implementation, like over here. But I cannot use that in the deriver now. But I cannot underive this. Anyway. Well, I mean, it's fine. I'm just like, this is generating some stupid function that I'm just not going to use, right? Maybe that's fine. No, it's not fine because I was relying on the deriver to derive the fact that this inference, yes, that inference has the function equal var, right? And now this is going to, now this belongs in the same module, so it's going to use the derived implementation, which is incorrect. Is it rewrite time, Nigel? I hate OCaml so much. It's such a... It's the language like makes it impossible to write code that I want. It's rewrite time. Oh my god. You lost one of the keycaps and you don't know where the hell it is. Did you just lose it? What were you doing? Typing? And the keycap fell off somehow? Or did you try to clean your keyboard? That's why I don't clean my keyboard. It's, yeah, it's disgusting. You don't want to see that. Can you please implement lower resolution? My limited internet crybit? No. Well, I mean, I guess I can stream at lower resolution. That's the only change. The fact that Twitch doesn't allow you to choose the resolution, that's because Twitch decides not to allow you to choose. And I don't know how they decide who, like, on which streams you can choose and on which streams you cannot. But if I lower the resolution, then it lowers the resolution for everyone. You should be able to choose on your side, not if Twitch disables it from my channel. And yeah, it's like you cannot guarantee that you have that option on your Twitch channel as a streamer unless you are Twitch partner or something. What's my bitrate? It's not a bitrate, it's called Twitch the Muxer or something, I don't know. Twitch not allowing to choose resolution stream. If you're a viewer and it cannot choose the resolution, it's likely because the streamer is not a Twitch partner or the feature is not enabled by default. You may need to enable enhanced broadcasting in your streaming software and check your output resolution settings in OBS. Look for the gear icon. While watching a stream, there is gear. Select quality. Viewer stuck. Yeah, it's called transcoders now. Yeah. It's called transcoders. Transcoders are assigned to affiliates and below as when the transcoding capacity is available. Right? That's the Twitch access denied. Oh, because I'm not a partner, maybe? It's the list is the frequently asked questions for partners. But yeah, basically, is it possible to get quality options without a Twitch partnership? Yes, non-partner channels may receive if there is available capacity. So like, I guess there is no capacity for my channel on Twitch. There's too many streamers, and they cannot like transcode my stream or something. Yeah. I don't even know how to like progress right now. I am literally stuck on the simplest thing that I want to do in OCaml, and OCaml is a language that is like very annoying. Okay, maybe there's some other solution. Let's think about it. Maybe instead of moving this into this library, I can do something else. Let's see. So we have this library. This is like the library that is providing the generic inference, right? Thing. So now over here, we want to add the scope. But the problem is that the scope is not defined because this is generic and it should not know about the scope. So how do I do that? That's impossible. Well, we can make it I mean, we can have another generic argument here, which would be like the scope, right? But then I wanted to write the logic for the scopes here. Maybe I can just move the scope closer up here, but that would be weird because the scopes contain values and values are defined in that library, so I cannot move that away either. Maybe I can have a generic scope thing. Maybe. Like a generic, you know, we need to have we need to have generic scope, right? More like, yeah. I don't know, I feel like that's wrong though. That's like weird. I have a single concrete type that I want to put there. In OCaml, is it possible to do recursive modules in multiple files? Recursive modules can span multiple files, but only if you wrap them in signatures and use module rec at the top level of a file that ties them together. You can just sprinkle module rec across separate files and expect it to not a typical pattern. You have A MLI, which is this, and you have B, which is that, and A is this, and B BS is B. It's clunky, fragile. Example code base. Using this. I mean, existing real code base. According to the Camel docs, the recursive modules only work within a single compilation unit, so it doesn't work. A single file. So, like, literally, OCaml wants me to write all my code in a single file. There's a documented workaround. You can fake cross-file recursive modules via a pack. Bundle modules into a single pack and compile them together, but that ends up bundling them in a single compilation unit anyway. Most folks avoid recursive modules altogether, or use simpler alternatives, because the recursive modules introduce complexity and brittleness. So, okay. So we have a thing. We have this is just playground, right? Here's what I'm trying to do. I have type. I have a bunch of recursive types, right? I have type value. Value can contain as like one of its variants is a variable, right? And variable so variables are generic. This is I guess value variables, right? Variables are kind of generic. But these generic things should be able to have scopes inside them, right? And scope is basically like a string map into values, like, kind of, right? Which means that, like, this can, like, I cannot break this. How do I break the cycle here? You're a broken cycle. So, like, in Rust, the way we do this is, like, I just put everything in one crate. I can split this in multiple files, and I mean, yeah, it's a single crate. I cannot split it easily, which also leads to, like, my completion time problem in Rust. You know, Camel, I cannot even split it into multiple files, which is going to lead to me having a single file containing 10,000 lines of code. So, so I mean, technically, like, because variable is generic, that's the reason why the variable does not depend on value, right? But yeah, that's because I have variables, because we have inference not just for values but also for types, right? But for scopes, though, I want a single thing. we can make something like so like this is module inference, right? And we have a type var, right? And what is the scope here? How do I define the scope here? If the scope is over here in this like recursive thing. Let's see the definition of the scope. I mean, maybe maybe I can make the scope to be like generic, so that it's like, even although it always contains the values. It's not exactly a string map though, right? But maybe we can like generalize the fact that it's value there. Let's see, types. Interpreter scope. Interpreter scope has this thing. It has ID, it has locals, which is basically, so this is not a string map, this is a symbol map, which means that we need a symbol. Symbol is already defined in a separate place, so I can move this in its own thing. Sure. Then we also have a like closed on update recursive. Okay. Okay, yeah, I guess I can. I just need to, I can break this cycle by making the scopes generic. I can move the scopes and to be generic. There's also compiler scope. ID, parent, recursive, binding. This has binding string map t, closed and on update. Maybe like I can also unify these two types. Like the problem though is that I'm working on a different thing that I want to work on. Like I need to refactor my code in order to be able to make progress. This is so annoying. But sure, let's make a new library then, right? Like scopes or whatever. Scopes. Let's call it scope. Sure. Library cast scope. That's going to depend on like these libraries, I guess. Okay. Let's see. Oh my god. Okay, so we have type scope. Scope. Type T or whatever, type scope. Scope. I guess maybe like, so like we either have a symbol map or a string map. And then we store the values. In this case, we store interpreter local, which also has the type field for some reason. But yeah. Map. But then it must be like a module or something. So like module T. And this is going to be like a functor. So this this gets me the you know, the key map, which is map, right? And so I will say that type T is equal to... So that's the scope, right? Scopes will have IDs. Scopes will have IDs. Scopes will have... So in this case, it calls the locals. In this case, it is bindings. But I guess all of these are locals. We can call these locals. And locals is this map, right? Map to from this to the actual value. So we also will need to provide it with the value. So it's a generic one, like that. Right? Locals, parent, AT option, recursive, this, closed, on update. Sure, I mean, I guess something like that. And then we define the compiler scope by using the string map. We define interpreter scope by using the symbol map. And interpreter local. And in this case, it's the binding. Okay, yeah, I guess that kind of maybe works. But then the inference variables should contain the scope. And what is going to be the scope? So the inference variables are going to be also generic over the type of a scope. That's right. Does it mean that I need over here to say that this needs, like, I need to create a signature now, right? Module type S is sig. Where we don't have the key map here. But I guess we do I need to not, can I not specify the field? Can I like not specify the field here or something? Signature mismatch. This is not included. No, I cannot. So I need to specify all the fields here too. I cannot hide the implementation details, right? Okay. Locals. Then I need to have a type locals. Now this one is going to be abstract. And up here I say type locals is a key map T then. So that kind of works. This one can be abstract. All right, and then in the cast inference base, I'm going to depend on cast scope, and I'm going to say that the variable is a module, that depends on the definition of the scope, right? Which is going to be cast scoped as, right? That's the signature that I need here. And it's correct even. I mean, so now I need to. So now instead of saying can I like say this takes scope as cast scope as, and that defines a functor. Then over here we are hiding the implementation details, so it doesn't really matter, and the fact that it's not used here is okay. I can get rid of this. But I cannot do that anymore. Maybe I just remove the interface here, actually. Let's remove that. So fork is var fork. Yeah, fork. Wait, update this. Oh my god. There now this is impossible. Oh my god. No. Not. I cannot have this outside now because this is not a generic type, but like a type inside of a module, and that's impossible. Literally impossible to write now. Which means that this must not be a functor actually. But I need to add another argument to my generic type here, which is the scope instead. Like what is the scope is. But then I would need to supply like the actual functions of how this scope acts as the argument to every single function everywhere. Oh my god. I want to stop using this language, this stupid language. I don't even know what to do here. There is no way forward that I can see. Just this stupid language is stopping me from making progress. Like literally the only way forward that I see is putting everything into a single file. And even then, I'm not sure that that's going to be good enough. Cast is stopping you from making progress on cast? No, not cast. The language that cast is written in currently. I should have stayed on Rust. I should not have been rewriting it. I should have just endured the compilation times. It's time to become a gopher. Let's rewrite the language in Go. I mean, actually, maybe it's not a bad idea. Maybe not a bad idea. I feel like, yeah, like if you consider a different language to rewrite in, I was considering something like F# and like Gleam, I guess. But I would guess because they are OCaml-like languages, I would have the same issues. Maybe it is actually a Go time. How long do you think it's going to take to rewrite the 10,000 lines of code in Go? Fs. I'm so close though to like be able to rewrite the language in itself, you know? Forever. Yeah, it will take forever. And then I will like want to quit because it's stupid Go too, right? Why is all the languages so bad? Why is there no good language existing? Let's try another approach. Fine, let's try another approach. JavaScript exists. Yeah, maybe we can try like maybe TypeScript would be another option that I could go for. But I don't know. I feel like that's also not not something I should do. I should instead like try to finish this, you know. Like there is like a couple features that are missing, you know, and this bug that needs to be fixed. That's the only thing. And then like once that is done, I maybe can rewrite it language in itself. The only problem that I can see happening is like having performance issues. Don't rewrite everything. You could, for example, build a shared library of the OCaml implementation of the parser and use it in the next rewrite. But the parser is the simplest part anyway. The parser is just going to take 1 day. It's all the other things. No, let's not be rewriting. Let's forget about that idea. We don't rewrite. We finish this, right? So here's the idea then. What I want is to store a scope there, right? Inference base. I want to store a scope here, but let's go to the inference base interface, right? I want to store a scope. So when I create a new, whether it's inferred or not inferred, like what is a scope? Let's just define like a separate scope here, maybe. Because what do I need, right? What do I even need for the scopes? I need parent, which is optional scope option. What else do I need? Like what I need to do. I can also use magic in OCaml. We can have this thing object t, so it can be like any type, and then we will use some unsafe code basically. That's another option, by the way. Just use some unsafe code. Be a little type unsafe here. Was Rust impl taking too long to compile the parser or some other part of the language? The parser is like small. It's everything else. And like the problem is the same here as it was in Rust. The language is too recursive, so everything depends on the other parts, right? Except for the parser. The parser is kind of standalone, right? But like compiler depends on the interpreter, and like inference depends on knowing what a scope is, right? And like, yeah, because it's so recursive, it makes it a big pain to write this code in OCaml, because like recursive things in OCaml are pain in general, I guess. And in Rust, it's not pain, but in Rust it means that you have a single huge crate, which is really bad for compilation times. How do you have syntax rules and have parser be standalone? Well, I mean, it's a standalone library. It's like it's a separate crate, I guess. Right? Because the parser doesn't need to know about the interpreter or compiler or other things. Boom, 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 boom. Like, what would I even have to write here, right? Let's pretend that scope is something that exists, right? So we have type scope. Let's pretend that this thing exists. And then we have over here variable data scope, right? When I create the new not inferred, now we need to have the scope as an argument, and then in addition to span, basically. So span is the syntactic, like, place, and the scope is like the interpreter place, right? So yeah, something like this, scope. Sure. Span and scope are the two things that I need to know when I'm creating the new thing. So I'll just have the scope here. When I'm creating a new inferred variable, I should be able to figure out what the scope is based on the inferred value. So I need to be able to know like I kind of like need more information to know about my values that are being inferred, right? So I feel like we need like module type like value. So the value that is being inferred, what do we need to know about this, right? There is the type. And then I need to know the like scope of the value, right? Which is basically value into scope. So I can have just this as the extra argument. But can I like have the argument as a module in case I need more information? Can I have over here the argument, like what is the like yeah, can I like have a module value with type t equal to a? Is that how you write this thing? Module v and say over here that scope is v dot scope of inferred value. The type of this packed module contains variables. What does that even mean? Is that an error? I mean, yes, it contains variables, so what? If I don't say with type t is this, then this says that the value inferred has type A, but the expression was put at type VT. New level of OCaml reached. I think, is it even possible to write that stuff? Like, so this is a polymorphic function, so I need to accept a module where this is that. Is that impossible? Module V. Module value with type T is A. So that's how you would write a type there here in line, and this type of module contains modules contains variables. So what? Let's ask ChatGPT. So I have this OCaml code, this OCaml module type. I want to have a function that take a polymorphic function that takes argument of type A and module object of type value with type t equals a. That's literally just like literally impossible, right? OCaml can do that cleanly with first-class modules and locally abstract type. Now the polymorphic function do stuff type A. Oh, do I need to introduce the type A here? As an explicit type variable, which is like different. So this should be like A and not A, and then that works. What? This is so stupid. Okay. Sure. Okay, now print. For printing, scopes can be ignored. Unite data. So now we have scope. Scope. But on the other hand, if I give it the first class module like this, then I don't like need to supply the unite inferred as an argument everywhere, and I can just say that over here we have unite, which is going to be type t unite, right? So I can store this thing in my data always, I guess. Can I say that module is of type module value with type t is a. Is that how I write this thing? That's how I store this inside. Okay. And then so new not inferred, I will give that thing the module too. So module is basically like kind of the definition of the type, and like it's the implementation of a trait, I guess, that as a value is what I would do it in Rust. So we need to like pass that explicitly, because implicitly implementing traits is impossible in OCaml. Module. What do I call this? M? I don't know. Is there a better like thing than M? Maybe it's like I don't know. A new inferred. So yeah, I call this module V here. So maybe I should call it V. Fine, let's call this like value module. Value module. Value module. So yes, and over here I say that value module is module V. Vast. Okay. Yeah, and I can also like print. I can like tell it the print here immediately then, right? So this is everything that I want to know about the values, right? How to unite them, how to print them. What's the scope? But why is the scope? Oh yeah, the scope. Yeah, the scope is like figuring out what the scope is from the value. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So when I print, I don't need to give it the function of how to print anymore, because that's technically already inside of my module. But let's ignore that for now. When I unite the data, I say that value mod is a value mod. I mean, they are supposed to be the same modules. And then we say the scope. So now how do we unite the scopes, right? That is the question, because that is another thing. But that means that I can... okay, so technically we have values, right? So this is what I need to know about the values. I make it like, instead of it being a functor, I give it as an argument to the constructor, right? This is very similar to a functor, but it's different. Yeah, so we instead have a module type scope is a signature, where type T, like this is what a scope is. But what should this return then? What should this return then? Then module type should have like the scope as a thing here. And variable data should have a module scope. No, it's not module scope. I don't even know what this is. Well, I mean, I need to have this scope as like a variable here then too. Every time I see the Activate Linux watermark, it cracks me up. Yeah, I'm glad that you're enjoying it. I wish I enjoyed OCaml as much as you enjoy my watermark. But I want to quit programming now. Now that I'm writing this language, I want to stop my career. It's literally impossible to write code. Impossible. Module type scope. So now I don't know what the scope type actually is, right? And I cannot know what it is. I need to be like abstract. So yeah, we have like A and we have like scope and variable, right? And like value, right? Yeah, there we go. Value. Scope is scope. And I will need the scope module too, right? The actual implementation of that. Right? So scope module is module scope with type T is scope. This is going to be the value. Once inferred, value into unit. One unite scope value variable data into unit. There is a syntax error somewhere. Is that not how you write? What's the problem here? I need to have parentheses here if I have multiple arguments, right? Like that. Now all of this needs to be parametric over scope and values. Okay, so I need to give it the module value, and I needed to give it a value module and scope module, I guess. Okay, yeah, maybe I like let this thing infer my things. Type value, but I need to give the signature, so I cannot. Okay, type scope, type value, span, module this, module that. I can call it the same as the thing itself, right? This is scope and this is value. Value scope. Value mod. Scope mod. The expression has types, value, scope, variable. Expression was type A. What is A? What does span do? It's a named argument. That's a named argument. Do not delete. What does span do? Yeah. I don't know. I'm considering deleting this thing because I don't think I can fix it anymore. Uh yeah, this just means that the argument to the function must be named when calling the function, that's all. This should return scope and value variable. There you go. Now you say that the expression has type value scope, but expression was of type scope. Okay, value with type t is value and type scope equal scope. So now that's the signature of my function. Beautiful, beautiful. That is wonderful. How do I make sure that this go? Oh, no. Yeah, this is it. Yeah. Okay. But then this type is inferred incorrectly, I guess. Like, because this signature doesn't say that the type value scope is the same. Oh, yes, because over here I say that value with type T is value and type scope is scope then, right? That's what I need to do. Then it's going to be also inferred here correctly, all right? Maybe that's how I do it. Find root variable. We have variable like this. Yes. Just let the inference do this stuff then. Find root variable. Is that link cider release when? 11 hours left for advent of code. Yeah, maybe we drop advent of code because I cannot fix the language or something. I don't know. Third opt. Var is this. Good without recursive types. Without recursive generic types. It works without generics. Yes. I'm pretty sure. I mean, maybe we'll find another bug. Or maybe like there is another like hacky way to do it, you know? Maybe we do it in a hacky way then. Actually, you know what? Yes, I give up. I give up. Let's do it in a hacky way. But basically, I'm just going to save to say that for the variable, if the variable is already a result of substitution, then I am going to never substitute it again, and that's all, right? That's like the easy part. It's going to not allow for everything that I want in the language, but it's already going to be as powerful as existing languages, right? So like, I mean, like Rust and stuff that I want to go for. So maybe I don't need it to be that complicated yet anyway. It's just annoying a little bit, you know? Self-recursive types were working, like linked list. Even that thing that I was working on, it's working. Let's go back. Sure. Hello, C program lover. I'm pretty sure that like like what we do instead basically is this. So like, let's say that we want but it's not always possible, I guess. Yeah, it's not always possible to do it like this. So never mind. But what we could do is like, I could have let's look at trip, right? So here's my trip in the standard library, right? Here's the definition of the type. So I could, instead of saying that this type contains this generic one, I can instead say that this is a generic module, and I'm pretty sure that this is going to work. Const, you know, like trip is a generic module, like this, where we have type node, data, and node, which are themselves no longer generic, you know? So we have the module itself that's generic, and then this is defined inside, like kind of similar to how you do the like generic maps and generic stuffs in OCaml, where this is basically like a functor, I guess, in OCaml terms. You know? Let's see if this works, actually. So trip is the thing that has two types, right? That's it. And let's say, yeah, and then like all of these functions also, I'm going to make them not generic, because we are already in this generic context, right? This is literally the functor way, like in OCaml. Right? So iterate is a function that takes this recursive type, which is properly inferred here. So the only substitution that I would need to do would be here, and because this trip is not like recursively, like because this functor is not recursively calling into some other functor, then it's going to work. right? That's like the easy way of doing this, I guess. But but this thing has its limitations. So we still want recursive generic types, I think. But I can fix the bug with a simpler rule, which is not going to just support everything that I want, but it's still going to support enough, right? I think. Let's just see. Here is my old example, right? I was doing this copy changed lines, right? So I don't use that. I just use this. I'm just going to say that trip is trip underscore, right? Like so. So there you go. So basically, this is similar in how in OCaml you would write something like trip.make. In this case, it's like integer, right? Because this is inferred to be an integer in this case, right? And then like you use that module and like the functions and types inside, right? It's kind of similar. And this should work easily. But yeah, I guess like OCaml you don't really do recursive like functors a lot, right? So like that can handle a lot of examples, and it probably can handle the advent of code for me, right? Sure, yeah. So yeah, see, this is still working. This is doing it properly. And we can see that the type of V here is this a recursive type, yes. But if I say that over here instead, if I say that that's trip is std collections trip, right? This is my like current implementation, which is different, where instead every function and type is generic. Then in this case, this isn't a hack then. This would be the official way to define recursive generics. Nothing wrong in having rules with the language. Yeah, but that's not how I want the language to be is the thing, right? That's not like the language that I want to create is different, because like that's one of the reasons that OCaml is a little bit of annoying, no? So this still like runs, but the difference is... Wait, is there a difference? Yeah, I see the problem here. Trip iterate, this is the incorrect type. Let me try doing that again. Trip iterate, and this one has the correct type. Yeah, like it's just like the type is inferred correctly in this case, but it's not inferred correctly in the other case. No recursive generics would be a deal breaker for lots of people, though. Yeah. But how do OCaml people even like live with that, though? Like, because of that, I cannot write my language right now, right? Well, I mean, no. You have recursive generics in OCaml. It's just like it's a little different, right? Like you can have recursive polymorphic types, yes, but you cannot like. And I mean, technically, like it's like when you try it to be more than just a type, then you need a functor, and then like it's a little weird. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, we can work with that, but let me try still fixing this. Like I said, with a different just hack. The beeping ensues. All right. Sorry. How does this sound? Which movie man? one has the correct type. Yeah, like it's just like the type is inferred correctly in this case, but it's not inferred correctly in the other case. No recursive generics would be a deal breaker for lots of people, though. Yeah. But how do OCaml people even like leave? Oh wait, so you actually hear my voice, but there is also an extra beeping. Oh, that's different from what the problem I had before. Actually, I thought you cannot hear me speaking at all. Sometimes, like, this is just like an extra noise. All right, that's okay. That's different because yeah, it's like a static noise is added. Yeah. Okay. I mean, it's better than it was before, because before it was just like cutting my like my voice, and there was like micro stuttering basically in the audio. Specs. It's not about the PC specs. I'm pretty sure this is a Linux issue. Because I never had that problem on Windows, and on Linux, yeah, like you want to know what the specs are? Yeah, sure. Let me show you the NeoFetch. Does it show the CPU, the GPU? Yeah, it shows the stuff. It doesn't show the microphone that I'm using, I guess. But yeah, this is my specs. So yeah, like I said, the thing is very simple. If I have instantiated a generic, then then I will assume right now that I am instantiating it that wait, it's not going to work. It's not even going to work. I can, like, I was going to say that if it's instantiated, then I don't need to do any substitution then, but that's not even true. But maybe, oh wait, maybe there's another thing. What if I say that I don't need to do substitution for types? Because the reason substitution exists right now, because these types are being like literally right now, they are literally being evaluated, and I don't need to substitute them. The reason substitution exists right now is for generic functions, because I'm compiling my functions only once, and not every time I instantiate a generic, so I only have a single instance of a function body, but I'm substituting the type of the function. Yeah, that's what I'm using it for right now. Okay, hold on. I have this idea then. Substitute bindings. Basically, when I substitute a value, and if it's a type, right now I'm substituting it. Let's just not do it. Let's just say that when I have a type, I'm going to return the original value. Let's see what's going to happen. Din 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 din. Now tie check failed because t is not equal to string. Wait, what? Okay, yeah. So that's why we need the substitution. Okay. All right. But why is that? Oh, I know why. I only need to substitute when okay. Then we can do substitution separately. Hold on, I'm not going to give up yet. We're going to say over here substitute type. Span state type is let's remove the logging. This is going to be substitute type. There you go. That's going to be the public API. And then when I instantiate generics, this is needed right now when I figure out the type of the generic instantiation. So when we have instantiate generic over here, I am doing this define type body result. So I call the untyped function, and now I need to substitute the things. Yes, there we go. I will say that yeah, result expect type. Now I know that it is a type, and I'm going to say that I'm going to say substitute. Wait, where is the substitution? Custom interpreter. How do I substitute? I need to expose this functionality now. Module substitute bindings is substitute bindings. Substitute bindings, substitute type, span type, and the interpreter state. Interpreter state is going to be a generic type interpreter. I think. Let's see if this is going to work. Did not work. It still says that t is not equal to string, so type checking failed when I do the equality. But why is that? Because wait, what's generic type interpreter? It's this thing, yeah. Oh, it's state interpreter. Colon typed function. Yeah, like in this case, okay. We do it differently. A different hack. Never mind. This, I mean, the same hack, but like this doesn't work because this this scope, this interpreter that I have here does not have the argument yet. I need to implement this in the colon typed function, I guess. Hello dev 9 inches or whatever the TTS say. Um I want the custom interpreter. No, I want the interpreter common. I want the I want the colon typed function have an extra argument, which is going to be like substitute type, being a boolean like that. 9-inch nails. It's a popular band. So result is substitute value, right? But then I say that if results, let's do this. If substitute type, then one thing, otherwise this thing. So in this case, I'm going to do bindings, substitute type, span state, new state type, but I need to make sure that this is a type first. So I will say that type is result value expect type. Yeah, I'm going to, I guess, match this with if it's some type, then I return that, and otherwise, if it's none, then I return type inferred span tr, right? Yeah, something like that, and we also do error span expected type but something else. All right, something unbound value subtype. How is it unbound? It's literally here. Oh, it's this. That's how you write it. Yeah, and in this case it should be value inferred span value type, right? That's what I return. Like this. So now when I call update function here, when I'm just instantiating the generics, what Linux do I use? I'm using NixOS. So in this place, I never substitute, right? Substitute type is always false. And when I call the function substitute, the type is always going to be false. But in my compiler over here, I'm going to substitute type true. Is that going to fix it? It should, right? Okay, yes, it did. Okay, and then is this leading to me having correct inference? That's another issue. That's another question, right? Let's uncomment this and restart cast language server. What about the iterate? This looks correct now. I fixed it. But I mean, I didn't fix it, I hacked it, right? I'm new on Linux, I want to switch from Windows. What do you recommend me? I don't know. What are your expectations from Linux? I don't recommend you to use what I'm using for sure. I don't recommend you using NixOS. Ubuntu Debian are beginner friendly. I don't know if Debian is actually beginner friendly. But Linux Mint is most popular one that is used by Linux newbies, I guess, right? So maybe Linux Mint is the good thing to recommend, but I never tried it myself. Okay, so did I fix my language now? I mean, once again, this is a hack. But is this a good hack? And how much code is it going to allow me to write? I'm going to remove this and just make this example just like it was before. Like that. Okay. Penguin operator, welcome back. The int. Yes. I don't know. I mean, this looks correct type inference to me right now. We can also make sure that the hack from yesterday then, when we go too deep, we actually should throw an error, right? Recursion depth more than 32. We don't do new not inferred. We instead do the error, right? I don't know how to do the error here. So let's just do a fail, literally a failure. Fail went too deep. Let's do that. So I am not going too deep now, right? Yes. And I'm doing the type checking without going deep. All right. And we have recursive generic types. And we have like things. Okay. Yeah, I guess this is the easy hack, but it's just not as satisfying as if I made what I wanted to do. Chat, are you doing Advent of Code this year? Let's do the Advent of Code right now. And let's, I mean, I guess I would need to implement some, like from 2024. I was like trying to do this. This is my solution from 1 year ago. I had to use a camel once. Is it still a popular language? Wait, was it a popular language? Sudo, please. Was it ever a popular language? Oh, camel popularity a graph. Can this AI not generate me the graph of popularity like or something? Oh, camel. Camel is not even in the top 50 right now. Was it in the top 50 previously? According to the Tayobi. In the 60s probably. Yeah. I'm not that old. So I yeah. Would not have possibly remembered those times when a camel was popular. Wait, is OCaml actually created in the 60s? OCaml. No. There's no way, right? OCaml wiki. And was this created? In 96, yeah. 30 years ago. That's like a new language. Wait, how old is C++? How old is all the languages? I have no idea. 85? Wait, what's the first programming language? Fortran? Almost 69 years ago? 68, 57? Ball? No, that's not that. Swift looks kind of reasonable. Swift does look kind of reasonable, yes. Last time I tried it though, there were problems on like Linux and Windows on Swift. Like, because Swift is made primarily for the Apple stuff, right? Do people use Swift outside of the Apple ecosystem? You don't think it's very fast either? What, Swift? No, Swift is pretty fast. No, Swift is good, I think. You mean to compile? Yeah, I don't know about that. I did not make a big program in it. Anyway, why are you you're thinking about what language you are going to use for the advent of code? Lolang? IOLang? Programming language based on focused on expressiveness through simplicity. All values are objects. One plus one, two. 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, true. 2 sqrt. Okay. You call a function by giving the argument before. Is this like a stack machine? The 4 looks normal. I don't know why I'm looking at this. Let me at least try. Let me try to actually do this, right? So this is my solution from Advent of Code 2024, and I want to change this to 20, yeah, to this new version, right? Yeah, let's see. So if I have a trip, then I should be able to, yeah, I didn't finish my trip actually. That's what I didn't do. Let's finish the trip. Well, I did the merge operation, but I never written the split here, right? Yeah, let's see about that. Also, how about I do this? How about I make my LSP faster? It seems like it's relatively slow to parse the language now, but making it faster should not be that difficult here. Like, let's look at this hello world, right? Right now, the language server works, and then I say hello world. Wait, no, that was quick. It's quick. What's slow then? In the trip example over here, if I say hello world, let's just say A B C D. Like, I'm just typing some shit here, right? And as you can see, the red lines, they are appearing like one by one. And so the problem here is that I'm still trying to like parse and compile the code that is already no longer relevant because I have written more code, right? And that's the problem, right? Instead of like trying to show these intermediate errors, we could just skip to the last error. That's what I'm doing already in my online playground, right? But I guess this is implemented on the JavaScript side somewhere. and I need this to be implemented on the in the actual LSP. Let me just check a look. Here's my playground. I have something like await all that's the worker. I want something else. Yeah, await cast worker dot rename. So what do I do this? Yeah, I have this await this file processing, wait for all processing. That's what I did. So yeah, I'm just waiting for the processing and then doing these things. Yeah. So I need to do that in the OCaml front end. I wrote TypeScript. Was this on stream? Yeah, I did this on stream. Yeah, this is when I were making my online playground, right? And doing the LSP for that. This is just like some glue code. So I need the and the let me commit first, by the way. Like it's not like very hacky, right? So like it's not what I wanted to do, right? Hacky fix to substitution. We'll see if we encounter problems with the current way I'm doing things. Okay, so I want to go to cast LSP CLI over here. And yeah, so when I am... Wait, over here, updates, latest state, guest latest result. Do I not have this already? You 5 months ago attempt. Oh wait, I have a failed attempt to debounce LSP request. That's literally what we want, right? We want to debounce LSP requests. Was this so? This was never actually fixed then. July 9. Can I look like neighboring commits easily around this one? Line 9. Fixed debounce, question mark. Maybe I did not actually fix it. Right? Yeah, I was just doing the fork here for the diagnostics, but I'm still processing the files on all the intermediate states, right? Let's see. So when do I get the update to a file? On notification, document did change on doc. Right, so when we have on doc, if changed, processing update file. So we are updating the file. And then updates, latest state spawn, recalculate. So, okay, so we have processing and we have update file. Update file means that the file itself is updated. We have the virtual file system here in the LSP and shit. And then I'm doing the recalculation. So recalculating is actually like processing the entire thing. But the problem is that this is actually not working in parallel. Because this is just the domain manager. I'm spawning like a fiber or whatever, which is doing it concurrently, but not in parallel. Right? Which means that the next on dock is going to be received only after this has been recalculated anyway, because this is like an expensive operation. Oh wait, this is spawn domain manager. Isn't that like why I'm doing the domain manager? Yeah, domain is like for the... No, this is actually the thread, right? Oh, yeah. So this is like the thread. Updates. Latest spawn. We have updates. Updates is unit latest state T. A latest state. Currently executing. And queued. And then I spawn. And then we say queued is some F. And then I start queued if needed. Okay, actually, wait, hold on. No, this seems like I was fixing it before. This seems correct, so... But it is not correct. Right? So there is the current processing that is happening, and then we queue at most one more. So there is still some problems with async OCaml here, I guess, which is why I'm still seeing the intermediate results. Right? This is not supposed to happen. It looks like around 2 seconds to do to process a single change. And so because I typed like 40 characters, it took more than a minute, right, to process the entire thing. Is it has it leaked all the memory yet? No. Remember when I saw that it was using like 20 gigs of RAM, my LSP? I after the stream my PC actually crashed, and I think because I actually ran out of RAM. Yeah, I need to like investigate the memory leaks. Is there a tool to look into memory leaks in OCaml maybe? Somehow. Boom, 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 boom. How about I just look at output? Yes, language server. Proceed recalculate. Gonna go from the bottom. Yeah, so recalculating the LSP stuff takes actually 1.2 seconds right now to process the entire thing. It seems 1.4, like, yeah, around 1.5 seconds. Okay, that's fine. Imagine having 1,000 lines of cast. How many lines do you think I have right now? How do I figure it out? Can I make the Toki aware of my language? What are you doing, Sir Elf? I'm right now I'm trying to debounce LSP update requests, I guess. So like right now I have the language server, right? And as I'm typing code in my editor, the LSP is receiving the updates online, right? And I'm currently trying to compile every single version. And because compiling right now takes a while, or like not like process, whatever you call it, right? Because it takes a while, like I don't care about the intermediate versions anymore, right? I only care about the last version that's currently on the screen. So like I only need to process that, right? So that's what I should do. Install lock. Lock is not aware of my language either, right? Because or just do it based on the lock has been removed due to lack of upstream maintenance. Lock has literally been removed from Nix OS because it's not being maintained. Consider using Toki instead, and that's what I'm doing. Like this is already like showing me the amount of lines of code, right? But it does not, like, it just says like it's literally not seeing my files. Word count -L. How do I do that? Did I manage to fix that attribution? So like I didn't really fix it. My plan was that my language is going to be better than existing languages. So like, and I kind of like have a solution. But then OCaml is like an annoying language to write, so that actually implementing the solution is like, I don't know, I just give up. So I instead did a relatively hacky solution, which but which should be good enough, and like for like to be comparable with existing languages, I guess. As long as it works right. Well, I mean, it works, but it doesn't work as I want it to work, you know? That's the problem. But like, I need to come up with an example, I guess, that is not working right now and that I want to work. And like coming up with an example, because yeah, maybe coming up with an example is not going to be that easy here. I'm wondering if I can come up with an example that doesn't work. Not sure. Maybe the hacky fix is the fix. I don't know. It feels like it's a hack though. Embedded shell. Well, word count L is just showing me the lines of code in like whatever I pipe into it, right? So we need to do something like find Find what? How do you use this thing? Find file, like extension maybe. Find extension KS. So this is all the cast files right now, right? And then we want to execute for each of them. Execute, like the word count. Exec batch. Execute the given command once with all search results arguments. Execute a command for each of these. For example, find all zip files and unzip them. Find extension zip, x unzip. Oh, does it just add it as an argument? Can I do wcl workspace ks? Yeah, I do. Okay, yeah, so we just do then find extension ks. Execute word count l, right? Like this. There we go. But so this is just saying me how many lines of code do I have in every file. How do I add all of these together? That's not a lot of lines of code, but it's like more than 100. Maybe it's like 500 right now. And this 124 total. So I actually have 1,000 lines of code of cast. Is that what it means? No way. Like the entire language is 10,000, so it's like 10% of my repository is my own language, right? I think like there should be a way for Toki to be aware of like custom languages, though. No? Custom language. Print out supported languages and their extensions. Like, can I give it more information about the language, about my own language? Submit a pull request. Oh, they say submit a pull request. Okay. Yeah, whatever. I don't think I should give like pull request my language to Toki. That does make sense. Not yet, at least, right? So yeah, fine. Let's just try this. So I'm trying to debounce the updates so that my LSP is more responsive, right? That's what we want. Like if I try to remove this. You see how the red lines are disappearing slowly and then they're going to start to reappear slowly? That's what I need to fix. Because we're still processing all of the intermediate states for some reason. Watching the grass grow, yeah. You like the red lines? Keep them. I want to keep them, but I want it to like grow immediately instead of it taking like 5 minutes, you know? That's what I want. So how do I do that? I broke it at some point, I'm assuming. Actually, hold on. Output cast language server. Sending diagnostics, sending diagnostics, sending diagnostics, sending diagnostics. So this is like me processing. Yeah, which is wrong. On doc. The last one is here, then we just send the diagnostics. Yeah, so I actually received all the updates, and then I like, that's weird. So I'm updating the file, and then I spawn that. I want something. Oh wait, I say this, get latest result, and then this actually awaits. So maybe like because I'm awaiting. Yeah. Get latest result. If it's currently executing, then I'm waiting. Get latest result. Let's see. And get latest result is over here, so I'm literally awaiting every time. There's some instructions from ChatGPT, I guess, of how to config Toki. So they actually have the configuration. Toki config. Languages are defined, and you can read how to add and test your language in contributing over there, right? You can see configuration. Changes the default behavior. The file can name Toki Toml. Currently, Toki looks for this file in different places. Current directory, home directory, and configuration directory. So you say that you can do in the configuration. No, this doesn't allow that. That's all the configuration that you can do. Set Toki will only set languages in types. No, ChatGPT is wrong here. Also, you could have asked ChatGPT to give you the results in English, I guess. Yeah, so like I cannot configure the language as JSON, I'm assuming. Languages JSON, line comment extensions. But I can build my own version of Toki, right? By changing this file, doing a fork. You know? Is there potentially a Nix stuff here? No, there's not. But it shouldn't be difficult to do that anyway. But Earth file? Or it is like Make and Docker had a baby. What's earth file? Oh, earth file, this one? Build and Docker. Okay. Save artifact. Isn't this literally just a multi-staged Docker file? Why do you need earth for that? Like, that's literally the functionality that's built into Docker already. Right? You just copy the file from the previous builder to the new, like, container. Different base images for commands. I mean, yeah, that's what already is there in Docker. You can do that in Docker already. Also, I think there's like a way to like change the source or something in Nix packages. Can I quickly hack Toki in Nix packages to use source from a different place? Like there's multiple ways to like hack in Nix, like override attributes, sources, this. Like that's probably all that I need. You know? Literally. But why am I trying to do that anyway? Like, I'm trying to debounce my language server requests. I'm being distracted all the time. I'll do that later, maybe. At some point. So what's happening is that I'm awaiting my update, and that means that like, oh yeah, here I say file state. Like on every request, I am waiting the latest thing. No, that makes sense. But am I doing this thing on doc? On doc, I'm actually not doing that. No. But there is get state. And get state just return state. Yes. Wait, no. Everything should be fine. Could use hysteresis to debounce. This is I'm pretty sure that I have this already like solved. But I mean, there is like a bug. I'm pretty sure that it was solved before, and then I like reintroduced the bug. Maybe I need to like look at the history of this file. Like I fixed race condition in LSP. That made me use a lock. Could that be the thing? No, I don't think that is the thing. But we can try. We can try undoing the mutex locking over here. But I don't think that's the reason. Oh, but now the language server is... Yeah, now I actually need this. Now I actually need the locks. Never mind. Language server now breaks immediately as soon as I start typing without the locks. Skip queue to the last change. That's what I'm supposed to be doing, yes. So like over here, this is extracted into its own module, right? So we have basically a queue of updates, right? But the queue consists of at most a single thing. So I'm only supposed to perform the last update and ignore the ones in between. Yeah. So why is that not happening? Din, 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 din. I need to like remove the logs that don't that I don't care about right now. Got completion request. Whatever. Log info. Starting exiting. Sending diagnostics. Trace. On dock. And starting the LSP, right? That's the only things that I care about. I'm also logging all of the errors, which is kind of something that I don't want to log right now, because for failing to process. Let's do this. This, but not that, to be a log error. And then I will say that log error is a log trace for now. Restart language server. Let's see output of the customer language server. On dock. Yeah, so this is saying what is it saying? Recursive generic types. On dock. This is just the URI. To path. Wait, this is the actual path that they give me? We have like the URI, which contains a question mark, and then they have some, I guess, extra data here. Okay, well, I guess I don't really care about that, but yeah, sure. Let's go here. So right over here, I have the inlay hidden requests. Hover result is something that I don't want. Hover result is also, I want to be traced. Trace hovering. What else was there? Got inlay int request. Got semantic token request. Applied with semantic tokens, that I'll trace. Okay, let's try again. So what's going to happen, right? I'm just going to type A, B, C, D, E, F. Can I make it like follow this thing automatically? Yeah, so like it seems like I'm receiving the on doc later, which is like why it's happening. Yeah. But why am I receiving the notification later? That's probably because I'm blocking, I'm not trying to read the request for some reason. Okay. So something is blocking the thread, the fiber, right? But what is it? Because the processing itself is supposed to be on a separate thread, right? On doc, right? This over here, I'm literally doing a spawn here. The domain manager is used for spawning threads in OCaml, right? So currently executing is this. I'm doing a fork promise in which I'm doing the domain manager run. Why do I do a fork promise here, by the way? Fork promise schedules function to run in a new fiber and returns a promise to its result. And AIO domain manager runs a function in a newly created domain and returns its result. Other fibers in the calling domain can run in parallel with the new domain. Yes. So it should be happening in parallel. Or is the problem the fact that latest state get latest results, right? This. EIO promise await. Promise, right? I'm literally like waiting for it, which means that this like other EIO like fibers should work at the same time. Not supposed to be blocking anything. How do I debug this? Or can it be the problem in the current library? Because like maybe it's not doing these requests in forks automatically. Maybe I need to fork it myself. Like I need to do a fork. So it's if I do this inside of a fork. Then it should work for sure, right? So let's see the file state. Right? It's like used over here on request completion, on request inlay hint, on request hover, on request format, on semantic tokens. Like, maybe all of these methods should be inside of a fork. No, there's no way. Because I need to, like, return this thing here. So if this is waiting, then the other request should be working at the same time. Should I try to check out the old version of my language and see if it was working back in the days, right? Because I literally fixed it in July, right? I think. Fixed debounce. Make sure all updates stored over there. Let's try checking out alt commits then. But this is just less logs in LSP, right? Move most LSP logs to trace. Sure, let's try to do git check out this. Trip, discard, switching, let's see. Mm. Okay. So we go to some file. I guess a number, I guess, right? Does this still work? Okay, is this the... Let me, like, reload the window, I guess, to make sure that it's the new LSP. I mean, the old LSP and not the new one. STD... yeah, that's definitely the old one. Okay. So... I just try this, right? It was not fixed. Okay. So I never fixed the bug, right? It bisect a reset. So it was never working. Okay, let's just... But why did I think it's working? Because I was working on it in the... I was working on it in the... like it's fixed in the playground. Right? Maybe. That would be weird though. Why would it be only fixed in the playground? Um... Cast playground. Let's get this code in the playground. Yeah, see, my web my LSP in the browser is right now faster than locally. Because this one is actually skipping this stuff. All right. So how do I figure out what's wrong? Can it be that the VS Code is only sending the things once I get... No, there's no way. What if this is another bug in the library that I'm using? Try Helix. Yeah. I don't think it's a VS Code issue. That would make no sense. There's no way it's a VS Code issue, right? Try Helix, sure. Guess a number. Over here. So here's my LSP. I mean, yeah, we don't have syntax highlighting in Helix, but I do see the LSP is working because we have the inlay hints. So if I say ABC, wait, it actually works in Helix. Wait, what? Is there a bug in VS Code? Or is there a bug in my extension for VS Code then, right? Yeah, it works in Helix. No way. Okay. So, what about Vim? What about Vim? Guess a number. If I say that... Wait, NeoVim is not even showing the underlines when I'm not in insert mode? This looks like also these squiggly lines were shown in order. So Helix is the only one that is sending me all of the notification requests stuffs immediately. That would not make sense though. Like if Vim also has this problem, right? Is it because they are waiting for the response of the previous request that they sent me before giving me updates? Because that's the only thing that makes sense then. We check here by pasting repeatedly. Yeah, let's try. Yeah, it's broken in NeoVim too. So the different behavior is that, so it means that these editors, the NeoVim and VS Code, they are not sending me notification, or I mean the request that, I guess it is the notification, right? From the server, from the client, the notification that the document has changed. They are not sending me that thing until I give them the response for some other thing. Can I... Maybe I should like try a fake LSP? Or which is like I don't know. But how don't I have the ish? I mean, yeah, it's maybe like because the other language servers they respond immediately. Microtext editor also has an LSP client. So what? Do you want me to test the micro too? Let's open Helix again. Yes, a number. Over here, A, B, C. Let's also, I mean, yeah, let's just copy that, paste. But maybe also the problem, maybe Helix is actually not sending the extra notifications that the document has changed. Is another guess of what could be happening here. Log open. No, I did request like this, right? On doc, and then time is this. And then I was recalculating it twice, yeah, you know? That makes sense. You could probably count number of enters that suppose LSP with two hands. Yeah, but why do I need to test it? What for? What information is going to give me? It's not going to fix my VS Code, that's what I'm using anyway, right? Maybe like it waits for the semantic tokens immediately or something. But that would be weird. Like, why would it be waiting on a response? Is VS Code waiting for response from the LSP? Helix is the only one without semantic tokens. Let's try this. Let's say that there is no semantic tokens. Return none here and comment this out, and then test it, right? Did you ever fix the yesterday's recursion bug? Yeah, I fixed it today, but I like it's a little bit weird though, because I'm not I didn't fix it the way I wanted it to be fixed. But it's fixed, it seems, yes. Bum, bum. I mean, maybe it is still somewhere, like, but it probably should be fine. I don't know, really. So I just realized there is a bug in one place. I'm going to ignore it for now, though. Hey ChatGPT, I asked about some problem. It gives solution after 2 hours and 10 seconds. It says, yep, there is no options. I was wrong. Thanks for pointing. I don't know if that actually happened to me, but I usually give up really quickly. I don't do 2 hours of intense sex with ChatGPT normally. Yeah, so I want to like restart language server and see like, so now we don't have why is if still highlighted though, right? But like we don't have the syntax highlighting basically, almost, right? All the other features are still working. Let's see if that fixes it. No, that does not fix it. Maybe it's the wait a second. What if it's the wait, no, that's really weird. Send diagnostics on doc. I'm like calling send diagnostics here, right? And send diagnostics is doing a fork. On initialization and on the document change, I'm asking for diagnostics. And asking for diagnostics says that it wants to get the latest result. And it gets the state. And it says notify back. Wait, what if getting the diagnostics is slow? There's no way though. The Rust language server crashes every 15 minutes, so at least standards are low. That's not my experience. For me, Rust language server never crashed, almost. It does depend how many macros you use. I used a lot of like, I mean, I use mostly like derived macros. Your Rust LSP crashes all the time. For me, it's like the OCaml LSP is crashing all the time. I mean, it's not crashing, but it's showing me like fake errors and stuff. And other people who are using OCaml were telling me that it's not the case for them. So like, yeah, for some reason, we have different experiences. Some people have no problems with Rust, and some people have no problems with OCaml. I don't know. It is slow, yes. I mean, Rust is slow in general, though. Most reliable LSP low bar has been Clang D, C++, maybe like Java. Have you tried Java? I think Java should be like better than C++, but I don't know. I don't really write C++. And then there's Kuvi. Kuvi has a problem with every language. Yeah. Okay, I don't know what to do. If you want a crashing LSP, try the one from my language. The one gives a low bar. Wonder how you would design a language to have the best possible experience. It would need to be strongly enough typed to give useful suggestion, but not be slow to be able to run while you type. I think that the way I'm doing the language should, in theory, be quick enough. If I do everything properly. The reason Rust is slow, I mean, so like the language that I have, you in theory can run a lot of things at compile time, right? Just like in Rust, you can like be expanding macros, you can be like running procedural macros at compile time, right? But at the same time, that is true about OCaml too. But OCaml people, they don't like abuse that as much, I guess, the preprocessor stuff, maybe. But like, it's as fast as the compiler itself, I guess, basically, for me. Because for me, the LSP and the compiler is the same program. It's not a separate program, so yeah. And like, I want my language to be compiled like in linear time, I think. I'm not sure though. It depends. It's not like it's almost possible to do any type inference in linear time. Why not? I'm pretty sure that the normal, like on the simple language, like without generics and stuff, it is linear. Like you only need to unify variables. The amount of variables that you create is linear, and the unification is amortized linear, I'm pretty sure. Like, because it just uses the like the DSU algorithm, which is linear. No, like, isn't like the Hindley-Milner linear? Is it not? Like I mean, like, if I don't know, is Hindley-Milner linear? I don't know. I'm not doing that exactly, right? It's not linear algorithm in general form. Algorithm W, the most common implementation, has theoretical worst case complexity that can be exponential. This experimentation involving deeply nested let expressions and polymorphic recursion. But is that because Hindley-Milner has a let polymorphism? Like, if you remove let polymorphism from it, which is what I'm doing. If you remove let polymorphism from HM inference, is it linear? Barely. Monomorphic constraint solver. The unification work is still linear. Yes. So like the unification is linear, but what else are you doing if not unification? Like, I'm pretty sure that the unification is linear. But what else is there? Because you no longer have to generalize. You just walk the tree, select constraint together, unify, and go, done. But it's also generally flat, inflexible. Yeah. I don't know. Type inference is C# is NP hard. Well, like it becomes harder when you have subtyping in your language, right? So I currently don't have subtyping and I don't have let polymorphism. I'm kind of like pretty sure that inference is linear, but I don't know, maybe not. But like, why would it be not linear? Because every time I create like a complex shape, it's because I see it like syntactically in code. And other than that, there is only the unification that's happening, and that's it. And I'm pretty sure that unification, at least like the amount of unifications, is linear, right? Because that's the DSU, and then yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe unifying, like if you have like I currently like do row polymorphism, which I probably will get rid of. I think that one is probably like quadratic if you have big row types. But if I remove that, which I don't know if I will, then it should be, I don't know. Like think about a simple language, right? Think about a simple language where you can have like you can have variables, right? Let x be 1 2 3, and then you can have functions, which is just like and then you have lambdas, right? You know, x into x, right? So how do you like type check this? Right? You just and then like you can call the functions or whatever, right? That's like the simple language. Isn't the type inference for this linear? And then like what else is there? I mean, there's the recursive types. I'm doing the substitution, but I'm doing that because I'm doing generics. So that, like, yeah, with generics it's a little bit more difficult. I will have to think about if I can optimize that somehow. Anyway, let me let me do what? Like, I cannot understand how why my LSP is not being debounced. Maybe let's ignore that for now. Let's like write a little bit of code in my language. Right? Let's do let's finish writing the trip. So I just need the single method, which is called split. Split is a thing which takes a node. You think generics or things like operator overloading is when complexity starts. There's also like traits, right? Or type classes like in Haskell, because like solving traits is, yeah, that can be not linear for sure, right? But in a language like a camel, for example, where you don't have traits, so you always explicitly write down the path of like you basically write down the proofs that the trait is implemented for your type manually, so that path is there, and that can be done like without any work. I don't know, is OCaml's inference linear? Thinking, right? I mean, probably not, but what actually makes it not linear? Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so I want to split, right? So I want to split node into two nodes. Right? I want to split node into two nodes. And I want to split it over the value. So the trip is a binary search tree. And I want everything that is less than, like, or equal than a specific... Wait, no. There's two ways to split. First over, like, the value, and then over the indices. Right? Split at index, right? So then I will give it the index, which is integer. Like that. You're fighting tree-seater right now, Agent Generics. Tree-seater is just like for parsing. Is parsing linear, by the way? I'm pretty sure that my parsing is linear, but I don't think tree-seater is linear, right? Because it has like a bunch of options that it needs to go through. But I think my algorithm is linear. XTMN, hello. Node t and int is int32. So what do we do here? I need to say that if index is 0, then there is nothing to split, right? Then we return the left is going to be empty and the right is going to be the node itself. What about custom language backends over LLVM? I think I will go for options other than LLVM myself, because I want something quickly rather than like the fast binary immediately. So there are other options. There is a crane lift, there is QBE if you want to use an existing backend, and then you can always generate C code, for example, and use an existing C compiler. I don't know, there's a lot of options, I guess. Okay, so if this, then that, otherwise that. Otherwise if index is equal to count, do we have count? Yeah, we have count of the node. If it's equal to count v, then I want to return v and empty, right? Otherwise we actually need to split. Yeah, the fact that my LSP is not debounced, I'm getting like these error messages 1 minute later than I should, which is annoying. The compiler is unable to time check this expression is a reasonable time. Try breaking up the expression into distinct sub-expressions. GG. Wait, what is it's just this expression? What's the problem with this expression? Let A double is minus 1 plus 2 plus minus 3 plus 4 plus minus 5. What's the problem here? Because it's tons of overloads? Okay, yeah. We don't have overloading. This becomes a major problem with Swift UI. All right. Okay, so how do you split a trip? I need to say that if. So yeah, I need to, yeah. The split either happens in the left half, right? Yeah. So I say that if index is less. Okay, if it's equal to count. Well, I mean, this means also that I am not empty, right? So let's do this. Let's do match v with a node. Yeah, we do like node v. Otherwise, can I panic right now? I don't think I have a panic thing. Do I have a panic? Panic? No, I don't have a panic. Maybe I should have add a panic or something. Empty, then but I can use underscore to do panic. And I say let v be that, right? Running cast formatter. Nah, I need to debounce. This is impossible. I mean, I can write without the language server, of course, but yeah. This makes using the LSP impossible, I guess. Okay, so I do this. Then if index is less than count, we left. Then I will need to return split at v left. V left needs to be split at index. And on the right, no, we say let, we say left, left and left right is this, and then I return left left and merge left right with v, but I need to change v to be equal to all of this. So over here I'm missing the like update syntax for structures, right? But I basically use the existing structure, but I want to update the left to be empty here. I'm pretty sure this is how Is the stream live yet? Okay. Yeah, the language server actually killed my PC. That's actually what happened. I was literally saying, let's just kill the LSP since it's not like useful. And as I was saying that, my PC froze and I had to hit the power button. It's leaking memory right now and like crazy, I guess. And I ran out of RAM and my PC crashed. And it made my camera crash also, it seems. So I need to like reboot again or something. So we will have to do it without camera, I guess. I mean, I have another camera. Maybe this one works. Let's see. Yeah, I have another camera. Hi. Um, hmm. This is the Russian PC experience. Yeah, I need to like figure out the leak. Also, maybe like I need to, when I'm launching my LSP, I need to like limit the memory. Isn't this like the U limit that I need to use, right? To limit it. U limit. No manual entry for U limit, really? 1, 2, 3. But the camera is lagging. Okay. How do I U limit? Unlimited. Yes. Unlimited power. Didn't you limit past part of sys CTL? No idea. You're saying that I should do man sys control U limit. There is no U limit here. U limit. This resource memory. Like I can limit the thing. The maximum stack size. How do you limit the RAM? Maximum memory size. Dash M. Right? U limit dash M 24 cast LSP. This is kilobytes, right? Is it for the current process? Well, if I do 1, yeah. Do I do U limit M1 cast? No? How do you use this shit? Alright, that's what ChatGPT is for, right? How to limit binary memory usage in Linux. It's a shell level slab. You end up with C groups, but like U limit, that's another thing, right? Maximum resident memory in kilobytes often ignored. So everyone is ignoring it, okay. We want the C group. I need to create my C group, my own C group, and then put the memory max there, and then put the process ID into the list of processes, right? Is that the easiest thing? Can I have a bash script that does it automatically for binary? And this is the current process ID, right? So like literally the current bash, and then it just executes the binary itself. Okay, yeah, no. This may be like, but what happens if the name, like this does not generate any name? Like, is there literally no like tool that does this for me? That's weird. Sure, let's do that. I'm just going to open this. I'm going to put this into this script. Yeah, if the control group doesn't exist, then it's creating it. Can you even create your own C group like always? Make directory sys fs C group my group permission is denied, right? So like I cannot even create the C groups, right? Like, do I need to sudo really to limit the process RAM usage? Permission denied to create C group. A user delegated C group. Your user needs this delegation in systemd. Add this to systemd user service delegate conf. Delegate memory PID CPU. Enable linger. Daemon reload. Or you skip all this memory and use systemd run directly. Okay. How about we use systemd run? Now that sounds like an actual solution. That's going to create a new like control group for us, right? Using systemd functionality. So it's going to create a new scope, and this scope be whatever, right? Like, I mean, that actually makes sense. Max memory 1 megabyte cast, and then it was killed, right? There you go. But if I give it 10 megabytes, then permission denied. So like 1 megabyte is not enough even to run the bash, I guess, because it right now is this thing, which I'm going to undo, I guess. The systemd can do everything, of course. But I want it to be embedded in this script, right? So it will be that over there. Let me just See, this was terminated, and I give it 100 megabytes, and then it works, right? So like, how much do I give it? How much do I give it? Let's give it just like 10. No, let's give it like 8 gigabytes. That should be enough, right? Do you think 1 gigabyte should be enough? Sure, but like I feel like it's going to be crashing all the time. But let's try that. For an LSP, I mean the Rust language server is using a lot, right? But for now, my language is small; it should not use that much. I should instead investigate why am I leaking the memory, right? Wait, invalid argument. Going to a double backslash because this is like escaping. Oh shit. Okay. Nice. By the way, this also limits the memory technically for the Dune, so I'm also limiting the memory of the OCaml compiler here, but it seems like it's not having a problem with 1G. Right? Okay, merge branch must use function syntax, because these commas should not exist. Okay, right. Right. Why can I not hover anything? Why can I not hover anything now? Semicolon. Is that why? Also, where's all of my like LSP stuff? Reload LSP. Where's my LSP? Something is wrong. Will VS Code run its own instance of cast LSP? Yeah, it's doing that already. Oh, I have an actual exception. Expected condition, then case, else case, but I got condition and then case. Oh, wait, it's because I cannot have an if without an else right now, and otherwise I'm panic. Yes, that makes sense. All right. I need to, maybe like I need to fix that, but yeah. Or at least it should not be a panic, you know. All right. So yeah, I have the LSP. It's working. Okay. So yes, now if index is equal to count v left, then I will need to just get v left and the one where the left is empty. Actually, I feel like this is less than or equal. Should work fine for this case too. And then I should only have the else case here. So otherwise we go into the right, right? And we go right, left, and right is split at v right at index minus count v left minus 1. Did it just crash because it ran out of memory, by the way? I see that my LSP crashed. Did I already exceed 1 gigabyte? So then we say that V is this, but left is V left. I say right is going to be empty. So I'm going to return merge V and left and then right left. And right. Okay. I think this is the entire implementation. Check failed empty. Empty or this is not equal to T. Okay, and now we need to like figure out the type checking issues. T is not empty or node. It's not. V has type. Oh yeah. Okay. No. Yeah. Let's just say that. Let V be node. That's a different one. Let V be node here. There we go. That's correct. Type check failed. T is not empty or node over here because I'm merging left, right, and V. You tried to make LSP, but you made new electron. We call it LSPtron. What if I just call it right here? And over here I call, so like, yeah, if I say V here, it's this one, right? If I try to rename this, left, yeah, no, this renames it correctly, so I think that is fine. Why am I having the type checking issue then? Did I write the code incorrectly? Type check failed. T is not empty or node. That's right. That's right, but merge takes 2 nodes, right? So left, right is supposed to be a node because this returns 2 nodes, right? Do I need parentheses here? I don't think I need parentheses though. Left, right is of this type. Wait, it says recursive. Oh, wait. Of course, look at this code. Value is V left, count is V left. That's all wrong, right? That needs to be like all of this. This is just the field update. We should do equal V dot that, right? So like the same field is what I'm using here. And then same goes here. That makes sense. Does it type check now? Okay, it seems like it does. Okay. Now let's see if this works. So this is the trip, right? Let's see. Let's just go into the shell then, right? Let's just say use std collections trip, right? And then use std prelude. I think this is not used automatically. So let's say that let's like a b trip create, right? Field create is not there. What do I call it? Oh, I just have the singleton. I don't even do the empty one, right? We do singleton 1, right? So a is this node which has a 1. All right. Now we just do a is trip merge a and trip singleton 2. Of course, because I needed to do this. But then now it is an error, right? I need to do it from scratch. I guess like it doesn't really work. Yeah, because A is an error now. I need to create a new singleton and then do the merging like this. So now A is having 1 and 2. And if we do we have the print? No, but we can do trip iterate a using std dbg print like this, and that's going to print them in order. Did your parser rework? Nice. So now let's try this. Let's try trip split a at index 0. It's called split at, right? So split at 0 is going to give me the empty node and then the thing itself. So that's totally fine. Nothing needs to be split. And if we split at 1, then we should have 2 separate nodes, one for 1 and one for 2. And then if we split at 2, then it's going to give everything to the first one. Okay, I think this works. It was initially 900 lines of code, but you managed to shave it to 776 line of code. Spend like 15 minutes trying to shave. Let's shave of -1. I'm not really like going for the minimum amount of lines of code, but I guess that's good. I wonder how many lines of code do I have. Okay. Source. Let's see. I have parser, right? Parser over here. Parser. I have 977 lines of code. Not much bigger than yours, I guess. Still sub 1000, and I have extensible syntax. But I mean, the parser, this does not include the type definitions. This is just the implementation of the parser. This doesn't include the lexer, for example. Lexer is separate. Lexer is 500 lines. Why is it that big? I don't know. Can you open the split at? Yeah, I can. Are you understanding what I'm writing here? What's a trip? Can you open split at 2? It meant, oh, the CLI. I was just in the REPL. I already closed it. But I wanted to try to move this, like instead of as a REPL, I want to do it in the actual example. So here's the actual example, right? We create the trip by like having 1, 2, 3. Hmm. 1, 2, 3. Can I just you know, how about I do this? Let v be trip empty. I want to create the empty trip. Or like let's do like yeah, let's do create. How about that? Create is just going to give me the empty one. So I could just do empty, but I want it as a function. Create this node t returns empty, like this. Okay, create like that. Let's just do let I is 0 because I don't have whiles yet, but we can do a loop, right? And we can do I is I plus 1. before we have the other syntax, and we say that if I is more than 10, then break, else do nothing, because I don't have if without else's. And then I do like v is strip merge v with trip singleton I, and then we print the thing. So this should print 1 to 10, right? There we go. It prints 1 to 10. I can give the debug print. So the data structure itself looks like this, right? Okay. I think when you did the split at 2, there were some values with 1. I don't know. Let's just say something like this. Left and right is trip split at 5. Split at, I give it the thing and then 5, right? Like this. And then let's print left, and then let's print right, and let's do let here, right? And then I do print left, and then I print right, like this. What's the problem here? Type check failed. Wait, print is a function. What? That makes no sense. Yeah, this actually is wrong, which is another bug, I think. I think like my LSP broke the type of print somehow while I was typing, because if I had the error, then it like remembers the error because it's like saving the types. Maybe that's how I'm leaking memory and stuff. If I restart the language server, then it works. Okay, and then we can run this. So yeah, we have the 0 to 10. We have the 0 to 10, and then the left is 0 to 4, and right is 5 to 10, right? Because I split at 5, so the first 5 things go to the left. That's what we want. That's correct. If I split at 8, that should give me the first 8 things. So end at 7, right is at 8. Okay, I think this is looking good. So we can use this basically to implement lists without having native supports, and without having like big performance troubles for lists. I'm just going to have the std list over here. Instead of doing list as empty or like head and tail, we are going to implement lists using trip. Right? Trip. I just say that list is literally a trip. Like this. Field t does not exist. Wait. Oh, I did not call it t, right? Yeah, maybe it should not be called node. What do I call it though? Like, I kind of like call it like, I don't know. It should be the convention here. I mean, that the convention is using the t. InnoCaml. This would be t, and this would be just data. Something like that. So and then we do trip t here. So create a list would be just trip create, right? my god, the LSP is so slow. So then this is going to be like push back, I guess. Push back. I cannot really do like mutability yet because I did not implement references. So we will have to like create a new list as a result. But that's how the trip is already implemented. It's a persistent data structure. It's like you would do in a function language anyway, right? So we just say that pushback is basically just trip merge the list with trip singleton value, right? Iterate is going to be just iterate is going to be just trip iterate AF, I guess. That's all. And then we want to, so like for lists, what you usually do, why do I even like, maybe I don't even like call it list, I always use the trips because that's what I want. Like why am I doing this in the lists? List can be just the alias for trip then. I just have it in the trip directly. Like the we want to get the element at a given index, right? So yes, we want to say const get at, I guess. So we get at for the thing at index, which is integer, and we give it back the t, right? Yeah, let's do this. Could return option, but I don't have options yet. I could easily implement option right now inside of the language though. So we can do yeah, we just basically do split at I just split v at index, you know. And then that's going to be like I'm going to ignore the left part and get the right part here, and then I'm going to say that v and this is split at index 1. And then I can just say match v with it's empty, then we panic, kind of, right? And then if it's node, then we return the value there, right? There we go. This should be working. And we can also do like set at index to be the new value of type t. This is going to return the new thing, right? So I'm going to keep the left and I'm going to keep the right here, and then I'm going to say that v is going to be equal. So yeah, we are going to ignore the one that is the actual value, but then I'm going to say that the middle is going to be, yeah, we're going to just return merge left and merge singleton value with right, like this. So that's how we can get at and set at. So now we can iterate, we can get, we can set, and the merge and splits are just helper functions. I think this is all that we need. So trip once again. Let's see. Print this. I don't know. Let's do trip get at get at let's get the one at index 5. It should give me 5, right? Technically. So I say std dbg print this thing. Let's see if it does print me 5. It does print me 5. If I do like over here, not I, but like I plus 10, then it's going to give me 15. Right? That's what it's doing. That's correct. And then if I say something like v is trip set at index 7, I set to like 67 or something, right? Then I try to iterate and print the v. Then we have, then it's going to print 10, 11, 12, but instead of 17 is going to print 67. Okay, this seems like this is working. Okay, nice. So I can actually like write programs now in the language, right? It's not that bad, with the exception of the LSP needs to be debounced. That would help a lot if I want to have editor support. Otherwise, my LSP is crashing all the time. I need to restart it, just like I'm writing OCaml. Like if I was writing OCaml. I don't like this BNT here. Let me rename this to just the trip, I guess. I'm just going to call this trip. But I'm going to also have the t equal trip to expose the t outside. But inside of this code, I just want to say trip. So over here we say trip.t instead. Okay, nice. Wait, why was everything here? Or, like, did I use a new version of the formatter? Anyway, so this is going to be limit cast to 1G RAM. And this is like trip works. Nice. Okay. So one thing that we like could look into is this like first day of the advent of code from 1 year ago, right? I mean, there is like a couple things that are still missing. I mean, the function absolute can be created. The ifs are here, breaks is here, so we can have a loop. List get, we use the trip here instead, right? So what is not working? The sort, I would need to implement sorting, but we can write like a bubble sort or whatever. I don't know. We can write a simple sorting algorithm, I guess. What else is here? I need to like be able to input lines. And know when the thing ends. And split a white space. So just like reading the thing and like splitting the strings is what's not like really implemented right now. Everything else I can write easily. I feel like that's the job for like tomorrow when the Advent of Code actually starts, and I will implement everything that's needed for day one tomorrow then. Yeah, that's good enough progress for today. Thank you guys for watching. I did do some progress, but yeah. Maybe I'll look if I can fix the LSP off stream. I don't know.
Voor maar €9,95 geniet je nu van een Big Mac menu. Met zo'n lekkere prijs.
Isn't this kind of the same pattern? Like you have...
Alright, this guy is making a scripting language in Zig.
Allocate,
You guys next time.
you know,
Bye.
and then defer, you know, free allocate.